Hello, everybody who's joining us. Sorry if you've been waiting for a while. As I was busy getting ready, I'd already scheduled the stream and everything. And as I was getting ready, I noticed that Arturia, the sort of software center that they have, was telling me that all my plugins are due for an update. Which I figured would be a quick thing, only to quickly realize that I've got 40 plugins. So that was taking a little while, and I think one or two still need to install, so I might just have to do a reset. But it was, luckily we don't have to actually close Cubase anymore to do that, but one or two of the plugins in the project might not be loaded, so I figured let me just start answering questions if there are any. Thanks to everybody who's joining us. Evan Strand, I think I'm pronouncing that correctly. How have you been this past week? Glitch. I've been good, trying to stay very productive, trying to stay busy. Working on a bunch of new music now, trying to go for a couple of different styles now that I've kind of I've released the kind of full-on album, so working on some prog stuff, maybe do an album of that kind of stuff as well. So yeah, I'm not sure if you caught the last stream, but I'm going to be trying to sort of fine-tune this track a little bit, maybe arrange it a little bit more sensibly. I feel like it takes too long to kind of get going, and then when it gets going, it launches too quickly, if that makes sense. So I kind of want to spread the energy out around this part over here. And yeah, seeing as I did a couple of videos on arrangement and stuff, then I figured might as well show you guys some of the processes and stuff that I go through. A few things that I picked up, when comparing what I had done in the previous version and the version before that, I feel like I kind of overcomplicated this rhythmic synth a little bit, so I want to cut back a little bit on that. Do you use any digital to analog converter in your setup? Yeah, so I have an audio interface that basically Focusrite Sapphire Pro 24, but then I also have a Tractor sound card that's basically recording the desktop audio back in that you guys are hearing, but it's nothing fancy. So yeah, I also kind of wanted to incorporate more of the vocal elements, maybe do a bit of a build up here before the kind of beginning kick and bass kind of kicks in and stuff. So, if you guys have any suggestions what I could do to make the track a little bit more lively and stuff, or how I can spread out this energy, just let me know in the comments or in the chat. If there's any suggestions or stuff you want me to look at or show you guys, also just let me know. So yeah, I'm going to just start experimenting a little bit. So first things first, I actually want to, let's actually just move this over here so you guys can see. Let's just go File, Save As. And let's just call this Arrange 1. So this will be our first iteration of a different arrangement. So we can always kind of jump between the different projects, see which one suits best, I'm probably going to end up adding some sounds and stuff and kind of changing a couple of sound design stuff here as well. But to be honest, I'm not too happy with the whole arrangement here anyway, so don't need anything to jump back to, I think. So yeah, anyway, let's jump in. So this is the thing I was talking about. This serum lead here. It's kind of got uh, a much kind of simpler rhythm that I think kind of blends in with the simple kind of groove of the track, if that makes sense. The kind of more offbeat bass and that kind of thing. But I think I had edited too much to like too choppy and too rhythmic. So I think that kind of like destroyed the kind of the original vibe of the sound. So I kind of want to cut that back a bit and go back to this original, but then maybe use like another synth, like maybe like a stab of like a pluck or like a squelch or something to kind of play off this rhythm, if that makes sense. So I'm going to try accentuate this a little bit. I think that sounds a bit better. It kind of goes, I think, a little bit more with like the actual groove of the track rather than trying to kind of overcomplicate things and stuff. Um, I do also want to kind of create more of a stable sound rather than rising a filter over the entirety of a song, because I think what might work for this is to create like a few sounds and make like a kind of loop around that, if that makes sense. So put like a couple of squelches in between those, maybe a vocal hit here and there. I think that's gonna work very well. More dynamic. Are you saying it sounds more dynamic, or do you want it to be more dynamic? So I think I want to make a few variations of this. So what I want to do is put it into a folder so I can keep all of them, together. Serum rhythmic synth. We can just color that. Sounds more dynamic. Okay, cool. Thanks, Nihilus37. Snappy snares that cut through the mix, John Damage. I actually did a tutorial recently, but I have done quite a few on snares. I guess there's various ways you can go about it. Maybe I can have a look at what I did for these snares, and we can talk about that a little bit. I also do have some bendy bass notes in here. Sam Fisher, I see you asked that question. Gated pad or something. Yeah, I don't think we've got one of those. We can maybe look at something like that. Although I think we do have something here. But yeah, I think at the point, I usually get my tracks to the point where I've got like something of everything, and then it's about removing and getting the stuff to actually work together, if that makes sense. Hello, Andy K and Keith Lane. Thanks for joining us. If anybody else I missed, I see Logify. I never know how to pronounce that. And Alex Drain, how's it going? Yeah, if there's any questions, also just at me. It's a lot easier for me to see what's going on. nice tempo, a bit more chilled for you. Yeah, Keith Lamb, doing like more prog stuff at the moment. I think I'm gonna maybe work on releasing an album of prog now that I've got the my usual glitch stuff, an album for that as well. I love that click just after the kick releases Nihilus 37. Do you mean that like little bit of stereo? That's actually on the bass. I think it's bounced out. But let me see if I can pick up. It's like a multi-pass patch. So it's like a multi-band thing where some of the bands, like the mid and the top bands, have like a stereo widening thing going on. There's also some transient shaping, and also I went a bit wild there, as you can see. But basically the idea was to add a bit more pluck and wideness to just the mids and the tops of the bass. So I'm probably going to change like the rhythm of these and stuff. I'm just putting them in there so I can kind of establish it, and then I'm going to synthesize some squelches here, and then I can kind of like, because I put those in, I can kind of see where it's going to fit in, but then I can kind of change the sound a little bit. Hey, what's up, Uncle Butt and Looply? Thank you so much. This kick. Andy K is asking which plugin do you use for your kick. This one I think was made in Falcon, but it's a sample that I just have loaded in a sampler track. Uh, Yo, what's up, everybody who's joining us? William L. Uncle Bud. I find it amazing how you can sit so perfectly still whilst I'm constantly bouncing and moving this to the short loop. You must check my leg, dude. It's going wild here. Justin said, note, aware Roman. Sorry, I can't pronounce that. What's up? How you doing? Kilohertz. Yes, you know it. Has he got the fidget leg going? Yes, you know it. I should actually have a separate camera capturing the fidget leg for you guys in HD. Put it like on the top here. I think it's probably going to sound better if I just record like a bunch of single like hits of a squelch, and then kind of just sequence like different samples rather than trying to like automate fancy filter stuff. Would be really funny to set up a GIF of a fake leg cam and then go, ha! Yes, that's actually what I'm going to do. Imagine what tripping people who watch that stream would think. Just imagine. Or I should put in the dancing aliens again. I think this hit here comes like a little bit too close after this one. So like maybe this kind of like more simple rhythmic thing, we can shift some of those hits every now and then to create like an offbeat groove, some like syncopation. Yeah, that does the trick. That sounds a lot better, I think. I think there was actually a question earlier. Was it Keith Lane? Was that you asking what does the sample say? I think I was just in the zone, so I didn't answer that. It actually says rave cult, but this one hit here was more of just like a kind of thing that I stretched out. So that's probably why it sounded like it said what you thought it said. My Logify. Please just tell me how to pronounce that, because you're always in my chat and I always feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong. So is it with a G, like or J? Do you use headphones for mixing or just speakers? I like to use both. So I've got Bear Dynamic DT880 Pro. So for mixing, I like to use both to get a reference of what it's going to sound like on a variety of different stuff. But I also use a bunch of different, like, really cheapo headphones, because I feel like those also give you a pretty good representation of, like, a reference, but I don't use those for mixing, just reference, I guess. But while I'm producing, I like to hear, like, on a speaker, because most of the time people will be listening to psytrance on a speaker. Jesse James blazed, good afternoon, Dash. Amazing day today. Lovely weather we having, just joined. Yeah, it is pretty awesome weather. I should actually probably spend some time outside. I figured I'm going to stream a little bit early today and then maybe spend some time outside for sunset. Who knows? Maybe have a braai or a barbecue for those international people. My Logic Fi. Is that it? Cool. So yeah, I actually dig that rhythm that we created with that squelch. I think it's working, but I feel like now that I introduced this vocal again, I think it feels like it's on the wrong key. So I'm going to transpose this a bit and see if we can get it to fit a bit better. I think that's a pretty cool like loop. We can actually maybe create like a riser effect, leading into like the beginning, maybe load it up into phase plant or something. I think that could be interesting. So I actually just want to solo this and render it out. Export, sorry. So I can put it in my samples folder. It looks like I'm missing a lot of chat. If there's any important questions, you guys must just at me so it pops up on my screen and I can see it. So I'm just going to load up that sample that I actually just bounced out now as a sample inside phase plant. And then if we have a C3, it should, and we also set the sample to loop over here. Start, endpoint. Okay, it should loop infinitely now. Just realized that it was transposed plus 3, so it won't. Yeah, there we go. see there Keith saying longer riser would work better for me. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out like the shape and kind of what I want to do with it. But I don't know. So maybe come back to this part later once I have a more solid idea of like what it's going to drop into. If that makes sense. I'm starting to feel like the kind of transition into the more rolling bass line should happen after this kind of breakdown. What do you guys think? I need to go get a refill of water and go bathroom run real quick. So maybe I'll just loop it and then you guys can let me know. Do you think we should transition this kind of rolling bass here at this drop kind of into a clean rolling bass kind of pattern after a build up here? Or do you think we should drop it back into the offbeat bass and build it up a little bit more before transitioning into the new bass? Let me know what you guys think. But I'm going to loop this so long and I'll be right back. Yeah, so what do you guys think? Should we transition to the kind of rolling bass here, change it up a little bit? Or do you think we should, because in that case, that would mean we need to start introducing these kind of like slidey bass things maybe a little bit earlier? I think I'd make the build up longer to 128. Keep in mind that I usually have like nothing in the first 17. So minus that from like what you would usually expect tracks, if that makes sense. Um, Deep Chakraborty, I think it's great for an intro track. Well, yeah, that was the kind of vibe with this one, is to do more of like a chilled progressive thing. To use as like an intro to my progressive sets. But yeah, it seems like it's getting a little bit like it progresses too slowly here and then picks up too quickly here. So I kind of want to spread the energy out a little bit. But that being said, what we can do is we can just save it here. And let's just make another save file. We can always jump back to this. And I want to try with the rolling bass after that break. We can maybe do like a build up in the break here. Yeah, I think that rolling bass sounds a little bit better without that kind of stereo effect. I think that's throwing it off a little bit and maybe creating some phase stuff. What do you guys think? How does that bass sound on your side? Yeah, I reckon that's the one. That sounds flippin' awesome. But I actually want to have a couple of... I'm actually glad I have this MIDI still loaded here, because I want to do a couple of like hits in between, maybe with like different filter movements and stuff. So we can actually go track versions, new version, create a new one here. Ooh, I was getting a bit carried away there. Almost like I wasn't even on stream. I should maybe explain what I was doing. So, just my idea was just put a bunch of effects and do some kind of creative stuff, but then use the compressor to kind of like dip it out every time the actual lead comes through using this sidechain input. So it kind of allows the lead to still be, still kind of cut through of those effects. Let me play it in solo. feel like that end part here is the perfect like little stab to kind of lead it into a kind of longer break. That kind of this thing would kind of delay out very nicely. But yeah, I need to be right back. Let me just loop this for you guys, and I will be back shortly. I really dig this lead here on this formant. Even though like the melody is so simple, I dig how it kind of like just changes one note like after a little bit. So I think I want to try do like another lead that we can maybe introduce like here in the break. Let me just start cleaning up some of these VSTs and stuff that we're not using. If I'm missing any questions, just at me in the chat. And hello to anybody else who's joining us. Let's see. Okay, this serum isn't being used. What is this? Yeah, as long as you guys are having fun, as long as you guys are having fun and I'm inspiring you guys with something, then by all means, chat amongst yourselves. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm just removing some of these like lesser active plugins, bouncing stuff out that I'm not going to need, etc., etc. Or bouncing stuff out that I'm going to need. These we can put in the trash. Actually, just going to put all of these muted tracks together. And then just put them in the trash all in one go. There we go. This one we can still maybe use. I'm thinking maybe we do like a 303 type of lead, but maybe using like a similar progression to this one, where we just have like simple like up down octaves, and then in the third kind of in the third bar, then we maybe change it to one note up or something like that. My Logify is saying, is this track you're making for a new Prog Psy album or a single? Actually, don't know. I'm just now that I'm done making a whole bunch of like more full-on stuff, I figured I'm gonna concentrate more on the proggy stuff. So I might make an album out of it. I think that would be cool, but we'll see if it makes the cut. Everybody needs a 303, indeed. Let's just see what's going on here. I'm trying to sort things a little bit. I think these kind of more atmospheric stuff, these can all go here in Atmos samples. That we're still going to work on. And that I don't think we're going to use. That can go in the trash. Just mute all of those just in case. The delay on that formanty lead thing at the end was killer. Yeah, that's the cool thing. Like something that like clicked recently for me with these with Snap Heap is stacking the effects up and using the mix or parallel effects to kind of get a delay thing going. So you actually mix the delay 100%. So you're essentially putting all these effects onto the tail of the delay, if that makes sense. It's kind of reverbs and delays and all sorts of stuff happening there. Do you mean this one? So what I want to do is I actually want to use these notes, I want to leave them here so I can mute them. So I'm going to build the lead around the fact that these notes are being played at the same time with the other synth, if that makes sense. Is there ever a reasonable excuse to drop a 238 BPM magnetic Sadu track, or do they simply go off the rails and take too many psychedelics? I guess if you're playing a 238 BPM set, then maybe. It'll probably be very hard to mix that into another set, except if you're mixing it with something that's like half the tempo, which is much slower than traditional psytrance and stuff. So you'll probably struggle. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I want to play around a bit with this plugin. I have mentioned it before in a video or two. It is an emulation of the old Ibanez Tube Screamer pedal, and one thing that pedal became incredibly synonymous with was modding it and like changing out the different components. So if you press this button mods over here, it pops up the list of all the different components. In fact, not all of them, just the ones that make the most difference, I think. And then full would be like literally all of the components, but that's like way high end for me. So I think it's fun to just kind of like swap these out, and it pretty drastically changes the sound depending on like the different components that they're putting in. Or so for example, I believe you can change these diodes out for actual LEDs, which was an old trick with the pedals, if I'm not mistaken, which like vastly changes the sound, and it also kind of gives it more of a ramp instead of a linear kind of response, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, let's just play around with this. I made a mistake. I was wondering, like, why is this not making an effect? And then I realized I hadn't actually switched this little switch over here. So this basically enables whether these mods are affected or not. So I can kind of A/B between the dry and the modded pedal and the not modded pedal, if that makes sense. And this is another interesting parameter. This is basically you kind of like limiting the amount of voltage that gets fed through to the to the power supply of the pedal, and that kind of gives it like a sort of lo-fi, high passy kind of effect. I wouldn't traditionally use it on something like this, like a main lead, but I just wanted to show you guys it's like an interesting sound. You could potentially layer this in with the original. Check this out. Tanmay Mandal is asking, how are you selecting audio clips while playhead is running? How do you mean? Do you mean like this, like muting them on and off? Or do you mean like getting them into the cycle? Because at this point, like, the project has like a ton of stuff already in here. So my idea is to just kind of like remove what I'm not using and fine tune the stuff that is kind of relevant, if that makes sense. That's kind of like my production workflow, is just put a ton of stuff in the project and then remove a ton of stuff minus a few things. And those few things tend to be like the theme or the kind of main hook of the track, if that makes sense. So if you're wondering about the first thing, like muting the clips, if you press the 7 on your keyboard, it's the hotkey to actually turn your cursor into the mute clip cursor, and then 1 to go back to the regular cursor again. You can also just click over here at the top, the X, to like mute a whole section of clips. Oh, that's sounding awesome. I dig that. Yeah, you guys must just let me know if there's anything that I'm whizzing through. I can see I'm like in the zone here, not answering many questions and stuff. Must just tag me. There we go. That took some time, but it's done. Should have actually done this one as well. Okay, it's seriously taking forever now. Holy moly. What is going on here? Okay, there. I should stop rendering stuff now from this. That was the last thing. I'm not going to render anything else. Promise. So I actually wanted to do like another thing starting a bit after like the bass and stuff drops here. But I just want to hear this whole thing over. OBS. Are you having an issue? Are you having video issues on that side, or what's happening? Marcus Hagu. I think I'm saying that correctly. I think I say that every time I say somebody's name in chat. I found that recent techno video really good. It was about kicks mainly, but the synths in the track were also really cool. Any chance there will be a follow-up on the techno stuff? Yes, absolutely. But most of those sounds were actually made in a previous video. It was the video about the Arturia Buchla Easel V. All of the sounds except for one sound, which is that kind of like main saw lead, which I believe is just the opening patch from another Arturia plugin called the CS80. Furious Cat is asking what happened to the old school South African psytrance so-called Twilight. I think there are still some of the like original Twilight producers around. I think a lot of those guys moved on from psytrance, but like I think some of them like Shift and those guys are still around and they're still making psytrance. My stuff is very much influenced by Twilight, but I think I've got a little bit more like influences from other stuff as well, like more old school, full on and that kind of thing. But yeah, my big influences I would say are South African Twilight stuff. Anyway, I'm going to BRB. I'm going to let this play for you guys, and I will be back in a moment. Hey, I'm back. So, Furious Cats is love it. Artifact, Rabdom Owl, Pitch Hikers. Other countries adapted style and turned into more aggressive and melodic. However, nowadays, unfortunately, has lost attention, I guess. Yeah, I think the big thing was like the turning point was a couple of those like original guys stopped. Artifact, actually, for those who don't know, is one of my favorite South African artists. Doesn't make psytrance anymore for quite a while, but super inspiring just because his stuff was so unique. Nobody sounded like him at the time, and still hasn't really. And some of those other guys, yeah, super inspirational back then because they kind of created something slightly different, but still within the boundaries of psytrance. So that inspired me a lot when I was first getting into it. But Artifact, especially, one of my favorites. I think I'm gonna go back to this like riser thing I was making in the beginning. We can like more fine tune this and kind of get this to fit, and then we can like duplicate it in some of these other sections. Let's see how it goes here, because I think like it started, kind of starts too abruptly and moves up a bit too quickly. So I think I want to kind of like establish the loop. So I think it'll help to kind of have a longer loop, if that makes sense. Let's see. I think it needs to stop like just before this section here. So that'll be, if it was split into 8, 1. So I think we just need to move these up to here. So let's just go ahead and do that. We may have to just adjust this curve a little bit. Like that. I think it probably sounds nicer, like clean, rather than trying to put like crazy effects and stuff on there. But I think I'm going to concentrate more on like trying to blend it in with the sounds that we've already got, rather than trying to create its own whole crazy sound effect. Because I feel like the sounds and stuff that we have already are doing pretty well. And this rendering story again. How long have I been streaming for? 3.5 hours. Oh wow. Much longer than I expected. So I'll probably do like another 20-30 minutes or so and then call it a day. So you guys must just let me know if there's anything you want me to kind of concentrate on in that last little bit. And if you've got any questions, you probably want to send them through soonish. I think we need like a long riser kind of effect happening over this section, which we can use maybe throughout the track. I think more of like a synthy riser kind of effect would be cool. I've actually been using, I want to show you guys a little trick that I've been using quite a lot for risers. Hopefully I can replicate it live. It's always the problem, you know, you can get the thing sounding amazing, but then you're live on the spot, and yeah, anyway. So any plans, Nihilist37 is saying, any plans on playing around with the modular stuff again? Yeah, I was actually thinking of doing one today, but then while I was getting ready, I kind of opened up my Cubase project and listened to what we had done last time, and there were so many things that I kind of wanted to change, so that took over. But yeah, maybe I should promise now that the next stream will be like a modular kind of stream, because then I've made that commitment and it has to be. So yeah, what was I talking about with the risers? Let's have a look here. Let's maybe just solo this for now. Oh, okay, that is loud. And let's maybe just start with the sine wave. So the latest update in Phaseplant added a whole ton of these new unison modes. And a particularly interesting one is this shepherd. So essentially what it's supposed to do is supposed to emulate a shepherd tone, which is... I'm not going to try to explain it. It's a weird thing which is supposed to be like a never-ending pitch rise. This kind of does have a beginning and an end, but you can do some really interesting stuff by modulating these parameters. So you see, once you've set it up, when you pitch shift it, it kind of does this weird thing where it goes like down, but then kind of starts at the top again. So it's like a waterfalling kind of sound, if that makes sense. So this is incredibly cool for creating these kind of like riser effects where it sounds like kind of multiple sounds like weaving into each other. So let's set this to a ramp over here, ramp up. So it's unfortunate that there's a slight little click when it like flips back down. You can set this like ramp to just like that, but it'll create like an audible thing. It'll be cool if it kind of just went all the time, and you could have this kind of like rising effect that would then change in pitch depending on how you set up these parameters. Oh, that's sounding nice. So let's like add some effects and stuff to this. We can maybe put some delay. So let's use this delay trick again. And what we can do is we can actually use something like a frequency shifter on just the tails of the delay sound. Nihilist37 is asking, do you have a limiter on your output? Every now and then I see you freak out because the volume is too high. I do have a limiter on my output, yes, but it's not because I'm not freaking out because I'm scared of damaging anything in my studio. I'm freaking out because I'm scared I'm going to blow your guys' ears. Because I know, like, when I'm looping this stuff, guys like to turn up the volume, so I'm always scared of like doing something too loud. But I do have a limiter on both outputs, actually, in fact. So it should be cool, but sometimes the stuff just comes through really loud, you know. Especially if it's like, if, for example, like now the track is not playing, and it's gonna be, if it's like a raw saw wave, it's gonna thunder, you know. Of course, it's way too loud, but it's sounding pretty cool. I think we could also like fade in the beginning there a little bit. Maybe do, yeah, like I said, it's a bit loud. Also do some EQ. I think some of those frequencies are coming through a little bit harsh. But yeah, it's really cool for getting these kind of like multi-layered, kind of wobbly, risey effects going. Really, really dig it lately. Very cool. Here we are again with this rendering situation. I think I need to like change the amount of tail that I, like by default, usually because I do like to use very long delays, by default the amount of tail that I render out with is like 16 bars or something. So I should actually reduce that, because that's probably going to reduce the amount of time. I should actually do that before I stream. There we go. TC is asking what plugin is making that vocal growl sound. I love it so much. Do you mean this sound over here? That's Serum. I actually did a tutorial on this. Like one of my first tutorials that actually got like a ton of views. My Asterix one. But then what I did is I actually took off the randomization, and it's now all applied to the macro. I think I want to have like a thing here where it kind of breaks the grid, where that riser rises up, and then we have like a reverbed kick for that like bar, and then the bass comes in, similarly to how I did it over here. I want to kind of do that again over here. I think that's going to sound a little bit better. And also want to start introducing these kind of bass things to this section here, just before like it breaks out into that breakdown. Holy moly! Okay, we're over the 4-hour mark, so I'm probably going to call it soonish. So if you guys have any further questions, yeah, just let me know. I'll probably call it another 5 minutes or so. I've got to go help prepare dinner. So yeah, I'm very hungry. So yeah, 5 minutes. Awesome. That's it. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, I had a lot of fun. It was very productive. See you guys next time.